3.
Oh! Okay, I take it all back. That was brilliant genius.
Yep, and they look better. Conversation with someone, and that's how you reveal the shirts or something? Or is it gonna be like, I'm talking to the camera and I'm telling you, you know?
Like, yeah, I want it to be, so I want like before this to be, I've already got the idea of like, I'm gonna have like a, you remember like that kid's kind of blackboard in like my basement that you guys like put the thing up on? I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna do like a presentation kind of thing of explaining like boom is blown up.
Yeah.
So that bit will all be pretty, I think, self-explanatory and like, I'm just trying to think like, so probably the last thing I'll say will be like, I have an idea of what I need to do to like, or like what I'm gonna do to get that hand-drawn feel.
I feel like you need to be like, it should be, you should be standing up, and it should be a shot down at Ethan, you should be like, I'm scared. Because you're gonna touch yourself. That's funny. You want to cut in on like a funny moment.
You want some different angles.
And it's not gonna be like a...
How do you naturally cut in on a funny moment?
You go,
we stand up,
guys,
we go wide.
The clip before this is you being like, oh my god guys, I have an idea, blah blah blah. You're explaining it to people. You know, maybe you get like, oh, should I do this? And then the next clip is you being like, ah! And then it's you.
And then it's you. You on your thigh.
You don't want to like over talk it or introduce it too much, you know?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't have to explain, I've already...
Because it just cuts to it, and then that's more interesting. It interests people because they're like, oh my god, he's so crazy, he's not doing himself. And then that can be your thumbnail. Guys,
I have to figure out thumbnails too.
You got it.
Thumbnails. What else? Look at that. Okay, I need to...
How do I film in the different modes on video?
With the buttons.
Which button?
What video? I mean, what mode? What do you think's best? I don't know. Just
Isn't
regular
there...
is fun. I gotta think.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me, man. I'm so sorry.
No. It's not your fault. It's not your fault at all. It's not your fault.
Oh.
It's not your fault. I should have fixed this before we did this. Okay. Let's fix your tattoo machine first. Get that out of there. That's who cares? Whatever. No. Shit. I'm sorry.
Whatever. You guys really warned me and I was all over that bad boy.
At least
that'll be good for the YouTube video.
That's fucking funny for the video. At least that's funny. Fuck! Here, I'm gonna need a new roll. Oh, there's already a roll there.
I feel like it's safer to maybe draw on the island.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll fix this for the thing. Just I'll fix it right now, and then you guys just. Well, it's fine. Just kick it over there. We're gonna have to do a new.
Oh, but is this ruined now?
Yeah,
I got a bunch.
Yeah, that one's ruined. So that's okay. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's really all good.
Comedy.
Yeah, that is fun. That's great, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's great.
Horses can be pretty sturdy.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's see if this transferred properly. No, not at all. I used the fucking... Oh.
Did you get that pencil, or did you lose that?
I tried. It was like cutting through the paper, but I have to use it.
I get something else too.
I'll try my best. I'm taking that and I'm taking film photography.
I love it. Yeah,
So,
you doing film photography too?
Yeah.
I like when you do it. I'm coming into the dark room. I love being in the dark room. It's so fun. Like, it's so sick. Like, you get like, because instead of just doing.
Yeah, who did you bring to the dark room?
Me. I got stoned and I go there solo. It was fucking elite.
Okay.
You go in and you blow up your photos to like this big, and you zoom in and you like do your thing, and then you do the chemistry and you like make the potion and it turns it into the thing. It's elite. Alright, we got a table again.
Is it called B-roll?
Yeah.
Or roll for short? You get that?
Yeah, what's it look like underneath that thing, man?
Well, let's see. Oh, that shit slipped. Actually, not gonna. No, it works.
I think it'll work. That thing's going on your leg, man.
Yeah, just don't tattoo that part, but that's beautiful.
Yeah. No, you're gonna tattoo that part. Don't worry about it.
I think it's pretty good.
I feel like I'm gonna do most of the intro, yeah, like elsewhere, but I should do something just because.
Yeah, why don't you say something right now? What are you gonna say?
Well, I'm gonna tattoo my leg. I'm gonna tattoo the logo onto my leg, but not the whole logo, just the circle part.
Just the circle, eh?
Because the writing, I know I'm gonna fuck up and it's gonna ruin the whole logo. So I'm just gonna tattoo the circle part of the logo because I wanted to have that hand-drawn, natural, a little bit fucked up look.
A little bit fucked up.
Just a little bit fucked up, like
a little bit.
Still the general shape of a circle, but like there's obviously this was not made by, Photoshop, which was what the stencil was made with.
Not made with AI.
Not made with AI, definitely not. I don't think you need AI to make circles on a piece of paper.
I don't know if that looks like AI.
I guess. Because that's like this like new age public speaking, but it's not really public speaking. It's just sitting in your room.
Exactly.
But it's the same. It's pretty much the same level of like.
It is. I'm like, stop that.
Dry on dry. Yeah, I don't know. Just start recording shit. I don't know. I don't know if this. I never want to like be like, okay, action.
Dude, yeah, the button's already on. I've already turned it on. Like, don't worry.
It's casual.
It's just chilling, don't sweat it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think actually I haven't even really decided where the best place to tattoo this is gonna be. I'm thinking the right thigh. We're gonna a bunch of random
I like that
stuff.
you already got stuff on the right. I feel like that's the place to do it.
There's already a bunch of random stuff.
Like above the crown,
That's a matching tattoo with a couple buddies. That's a matching tattoo with another buddy. It's kind of just my throwaway leg for stuff.
For stuff to go on.
If it's like a miscellaneous tattoo, it goes on the right thigh. So I'm thinking maybe like here. The tattoo's about, well, I got the stencil over there, but the tattoo's about this big. I'm thinking maybe like here is about the right spot, eh?
I think that's the spot right there.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's get in there, man.
In the shower, so you want to be haired up.
He's going wrong.
This is how the tattoo artists do it.
Shape, man.
I've never had a tattoo artist
They never
creep me up first.
No, fucking hot water.
They don't have
hot water, no
They're
nothing.
just like, let me shave this dry for you.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're gonna find out.
I'm really in shape in the whole area. I'm being extra cautious. Okay, that is actually there's still some hair. Okay, that's pretty smooth. That'll do.
Let's do it.
That'll
man.
do.
Let's do it.
That'll do. Oh fuck.
What's wrong, man?
You're doing it. It's gonna be
I have
good.
to tattoo myself.
Yeah, but that's fun.
It is fun, you're right. Okay, what do I need?
Okay, we gotta get set up. We need.
I'll come over on this end, I guess.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And you got all your gear. Do you need anything while you're tattooing?
Just soaking up a little moisture, I got you.
You want some paper towel, you said?
Yes.
And you got
Yeah,
your
paper towel would be
gloves?
great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I need this bad boy. Just gonna put some paper towel on the table.
Yeah, why not?
Good catch.
Do you want your beer or is that scandalous?
It's a little scandalous.
Okay. Fair play.
They don't really eat drinks.
Yeah,
I
fuck.
know that about me.
They don't really smoke weed.
Does this guy look like he drinks?
That is true. Okay. I got my gloves because this is a sanitary operation we're running here.
Of course, man.
I got this. I need a little ink.
I'm getting nervous.
Why nervous?
I'm scared.
I kicked over. I kicked
Why
the
is the table
table.
moving every time you
Yeah,
get-
don't touch the table. I gotta watch my legs. Be careful.
I got
I'm at a tattoo
PTSD,
shop right now.
post-table stress disorder. I'm fucking right.
Oh, good one.
Okay, I need. Ooh, where's my bag? I need. Okay, the way that I've read on Reddit, you are allowed to, and apparently doesn't do anything wrong. You need like something kind of like Vaseline or something to transfer the stencil from the paper to your leg.
Okay.
Apparently, green speed stick works, and I've tried it on like the second skin, like the fake skin
And it
things. It works on that, so I'm assuming it'll work on.
It's gonna work on your leg, man.
Yeah.
Wait, actually that does make sense. They put it on a thing before they put it on you, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
It was
what
like,
it's
The blue ink.
Yeah.
yeah, they always give you something. Okay, I just need this.
Here we go. That's
Nice
all
and
it's gonna
circular.
be. Nice and circular.
See, it's already beautifully grunge because I freehand traced it onto this, so that's not a perfect circle. This is gonna be incredibly Warhol-esque, some may say.
I think Andy Warhol would be proud.
Yeah. Was he a good guy? Or was that guy was he canceled? Like everybody gets canceled posthumously now. He was an odd duck for sure. Everything I've seen about him was that he was an odd duck.
Bit of an odd duck.
I can't tell if he was like one of the good gays or the bad gays, you know?
Whoa. Okay.
Hi,
I guess we're just calling him that now,
Happy
hey?
June.
Okay, we're playing stents. Come on, go on smooth. Oh, fuck. It's looking so. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. It's
But
probably,
that looks like a tattoo stencil.
right?
I mean, we'll see when you take it off.
Yeah, this
but
is the test. Pretty good.
I thought it was pretty good.
Pretty legible, I'd say.
there it is, man. All you gotta do is follow that. Can you do that?
Yeah, we'll see. It's not gonna look exactly like that when I'm done, I'll tell you that. Okay. I got Bactine. Ooh, definitely was supposed to spray that on before I put the stencil on.
Well, if you do it after, it's probably.
Definitely will do it after. Maybe just edit that out of the video.
Yeah, we'll cut that part out. We'll put it fine. Safety first, kids.
Oh man, my heart is.
You just gotta do gloves. Don't worry.
It's going up.
It's gonna be good.
It's the first time for everything, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
First time for everything.
First time for everything. Be no problem.
I'm getting ahead of myself here. I need to get one of these bad boys out.
Yeah, don't sweat it. There's some good stuff there.
I bought these. I bought this set in 2022, which I only just realized because this is one that says it was made, and it says it expires in 2027 . So
Good whole
Just
year.
gotta
Whole
do
year.
it.
Whole year before we have to do this.
got right in there, so we can cancel it tonight, and I don't have to do this.
And it'll be okay.
It's fucking happening. I already see it on your leg.
Yeah.
The fans do too.
I was talking to this one of the guys who works in one of the print shops who did these T-shirts. By the way, let's get a little promo for these T-shirts.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, Ava, how about you pick up one of those bad boys? And show the kind of people. I feel like you guys should be wearing these, honestly.
Honestly, that would have been a good idea. Number 1, serialized. Hand-drawn border.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I don't know.
That's
guys.
what I gotta say.
People are starting to kind of go crazy over these things.
Number 1, the classic. The skull hermit crab.
Ethan Porter art.
The first
Pretty good.
fan tattoo. The first
I
fan
like this
tattoo
I think it was.
I think it was,
My
absolutely.
favorite.
I gotta go back to the
Wait,
records.
Ready?
Go back in the records, check. This is Ava's favorite.
I think it's my favorite too.
It's fucking sick.
Shows, my favorite one.
Record
Look at him
How do
go.
we get one of
One.
these?
Yeah, how do we get one of these?
You're gonna want to go to ethanporterart.com, and there's gonna be a pre-order, and you're gonna see that starting about next week. So it's gonna be around the June 18th period. So keep your eyes peeled for that.
I'll be there.
Interesting.
Okay.
Wait,
This
where'd my
bad boy's
phone
in
go?
here.
You're there.
This should be on. Oh, it is on. Dude, there's definitely a few stray hairs still there that really did
But
not catch.
you make me laugh. The camera
Oh
shakes.
my god,
man.
dude, the fucking sterile needle just fell out. Where the hell did it go?
It's not sterile anymore, man. Wait, okay,
Fuck.
stop. We'll find it.
It literally just fell out. Where the fuck could it have gone?
What does it look
That
like?
far, a little needle.
It looks like this.
Got with the white cap too?
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't see it anywhere. Is it under your
Oh, I
foot?
found it.
Oh my god.
It's Let's open a new one.
Thanks. No, it's fine because it doesn't come
That
out.
one
It
didn't
doesn't
touch
come
it,
out of
yeah.
the tube until you turn it on.
Oh, okay.
Actually good.
Safety first.
Second. Thrift is first.
Thrift first?
These are my last two. I had like 10 of these originally, but I used them all in the fake skins, so I had down to the last two. So.
Oh, done to last two.
But that's fine. I only need one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, that feels more locked in. Okay, so
First blood?
welcome to my tattoo experience. This is an Amazon tattoo machine that I bought about 4 years ago, and I've used it on fake skin like 3 or 4 times, not a lot. Never used it on a real person. Got really close at like 4 a.m. with a buddy once, but the stencil paper we had didn't work, so he got away with it. I was gonna give him a snail. He just like, give me anything. I said a snail, and he said sure. So he almost got a snail, and then he didn't get it. Anyways, so I don't really know how it works. I know you'll see a sensor little thing here. It has a readout, 0.7. You can turn this, and it goes faster or slower. This is like the RPM of the needle. There's a little kick pad thing down here, so you know it's legit. So that's how you make the needle go or not. I don't know if you can hear that very well, but. And if I turn it up, you'll be able to hear it. It
That sounds
changes, going
scary.
way faster. So I don't really know. I know the basic rule for tattoos that I read about years ago, but I still remember it, is that kind of like the faster you're going, like the faster you're doing your lines, the faster you want this to be, because it makes sense, right? It's like you want the needle to go in. If you're doing a line faster, you want the needle to go in more time so it gets the full coverage, but if you're doing like slow lines, you would turn this RPM down. I don't really know. I mean, I have no idea I don't know frame of reference for how fast it should be going.
That makes sense.
So we're just gonna try it. I was talking with a French tattoo artist who works at a print shop I was at a couple days ago, and he's been tattooing for years. And I was telling him about I'm gonna do this tattoo video, and he said, like, yeah, like you basically just need to practice tattooing on yourself, because if you never do that, you'll never get an idea for like how deep the needle has to be in your skin, how fast it has to be going. You need to literally have the first-hand experience of having it attached like into your skin, so you can feel the the pain, or if it's not going deep enough or whatever. So with that being said,
Let's do it.
let's get a little
Fucking do
ink up
this
in here.
thing.
Where's my other glove?
Yeah, you need that thing.
My mouth is so dry right now.
I'm zoomed in on the ink. Ready to get the needle.
Isn't this Portuguese music pumping you up?
Kind of yes.
Let me refocus here. Yeah, sorry.
Let me know if the battery starts going down on that too. I've got extra ones.
I don't really look at that, but this clip's sick.
It should be in like the top right corner, but the clip is sick. That's all that matters.
This clip? Sick.
It fucking is. I don't know what you're gonna say.
That glove tore a little bit. Probably
Wait,
good enough.
I missed it. Bring it back.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
That's
like
like pretty sterile. This is a pretty sterile operation. And if it gets really infected, that'll be better content.
Exactly.
So, win-win.
We'll follow up.
Okay, so the way to get the tattoo ink up into this little vial here, plastic thing kind of holds the ink in it. And then every time it goes in and out, it picks up a little ink and goes poop, 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 puts it in your skin forever. So, you do this. You just kind of zoop it up. Little tattoo ink in there. What speed are we at? 9.7? I don't know.
That seems.
Sounds fast. Let's go
I think so.
8.8. I need a little. Can you rip off like 2 pieces of just like some spare stuff there? Yeah. And I need my back team. That's good to go.
Can I trade spots with you?
Yeah. Maybe what's the best way to film this? Like
From the side.
I'm thinking over here. Yeah.
All right, man.
How's this coverage?
Coverage great.
Okay, let's try this.
Looks good.
Do it it really becomes an oval pretty fast when you move
Are you
around
ready,
there.
man?
Yeah, I'm ready as I'll ever be. Okay. Let's try it. Make sure I got it in the right direction. tattoo artists always kind of grab your skin and pull it. So I'm gonna do that. No, dude, okay. If you grab it and pull it too much,
You gotta keep it tight.
Circle.
Well, you're supposed to put the stencil on when it was tight.
Well, no, you want it to be
Okay,
loose.
coming from the guy with no tattoos.
Okay.
Whatever, I'm just gonna do my best. We're gonna
Fucking
do our
your
best.
then.
However this logo turns out, just know that it was just Ethan doing his best. Right? Yeah. Ouch.
How's it feel, man?
Like a tattoo?
It feels like a tattoo. It hurts a bit, not too much. Which I mean,
I feel like this is a good spot.
what? Like of the body, you mean?
Of the, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't worried it was gonna hurt. I mean, I'm trying to tell like, cause it's either the needle doesn't go in far enough and it doesn't stay.
Yeah.
The ink will come out, or you're going too far and you get like a blowout, they call it,
Yeah.
where it basically it goes through the wrong layer of skin and then it like gets all, which I guess is fine because this is, you know, who cares? I'm gonna get the scan when it's still fresh and new, so blowouts won't be as obvious, but still want to get it, you know. I'm basically trying to get the right level of pain where it feels like, yeah, this feels like other tattoos I've had.
This feels like something I've done before.
Okay, let's keep going. Dude, this tattooing shit's easy. I just, my voice cracks.
What the hell?
You want to do it? I'm gonna go for like a nice long pull on this one. I keep taking these short ones. Dude, it is so shaky. It is. I would not make a good surgeon.
I don't like too shaky.
Thanks, dude.
This guy draws, man.
I definitely feel there's some parts that don't like stay properly, but who knows?
You can just redo it.
Yeah, you're right. I have one more needle.
Zach. Why is this the perfect background music?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm gonna add more ink. I don't know if I need it, but I'm gonna do it because if I see other artists do it. Okay, I've basically done one circle here now. It's very hard to tell because it's black on dark blue, but can you see the sweat on my forehead? Don't show that.
It's in the clip.
I'm calm,
It sounds
cool, and
like
collected.
it's in the clip.
I'm calm, cool, and collected right now. Okay, let's get it. I think the most important parts of this to have kind of clear are where the circles intersect. You know what I mean? Like this part right here and this part right here. Yeah, so those are, you know, I feel like it's gonna be easy to make that look bad, but I'll do my best. Go ahead and guess that those were what you call blowouts, because I really went deep on that one. And the ink was flowing.
Don't worry, I got a good video of it.
Okay, cool. Okay. We're like maybe 60% done? 70% done? Fuck, I don't know which. I don't know if I should be pulling or pushing. like pulling. You hear more about pulling. You don't hear about shoving.
I think pushing
pulling-
makes you go deeper.
Yeah,
Pulling allows you to pull out.
Pushing's bad.
more,
Pushing's bad.
You know.
It's a very sexual sentence you just said.
What the hell?
That was a little fuck up. That was way off. I think this is gonna be messy, dude. It's gonna be like,
I think this is gonna be great.
yeah. That is the good part, is that even though it looks like a little dumb idiot did it, that's kind of the charm, is that it was
That's
supposed
the whole point of
it
it.
was supposed to be imperfect, which takes a bit of the pressure off. But for some reason I'm still sweating.
You're sweating like buckets, man. Don't worry about it.
I'm like losing track of what parts I've already done, which I'm sure a professional tattoo artist would not be doing.
We don't know that.
Comment down below. What would you do?
That's good stuff, guys. Keep that up.
Thanks.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ethan, refocus.
I'm going rogue here, dude.
Use that
Do you
paper
need
towel.
alcohol? Like rubbing alcohol?
Yeah, I got this Bactine here. No, it's
Okay.
good.
Yeah. That needs a little spray, you know?
It does need a little spray. Okay, so I see.
A little loosey goosey.
I see
with it.
tattoo
I see a
artists,
little.
like they're always wiping it off, but I always feel like you're gonna wipe the stencil off too. I don't know.
The sense
Anyways, a little
I feel like
Bactine.
You've got
they do the
90% of it
outline
there,
and
you
then
can
they
finish
wipe
it off.
off,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
like basically what you've done.
Yeah, they need to start
See what
seeing what's not.
how's the wipe look?
Dude.
Maybe give another spray and give another wipe.
Yeah. I guess blow. Well, I guess no. That's actually because cool tattoo artists, real tattoo artists, they go tattoo, and then they wipe, and they tattoo, wipe. I haven't
That's
wiped
pretty good.
once yet.
Honestly.
It's kind of working.
That makes you cool, right? That's what I heard.
Is that what it is?
That's what you said.
Is that confirmed?
That's confirmed, man.
Don't fuck with me on this.
How back are we?
Okay. So, I've done my first wipe, which I was stressed out. I kind of forgot you're supposed to wipe after like every, line with the tattoo gun. But I'm back on the wipe game, and it's looking pretty it's looking like a circle. Just looking like definitely this is a guy who's never tattooed before. If you can get in close on this, you can see a few little really errant. That was never part of the plan. There's a little offshoot there. And then just in general, it's looking pretty squiggly, but that's kind of what we're going for here, kids. So I guess it's all on track at the moment.
I think you're all to play for. You're set.
I like that, man. Let's keep her going. It kept feeling like the gun, it would be like tattooing, and then like I'd be like pulling it, and it would still be going in, but it didn't look like any ink was being left.
Do you feel like you're going deep enough? Like, you've had a lot of tattoos. Do you feel like, does this feel the same as your other tattoos?
No. Well, yes.
In what? In what way? In what way?
Sure. I got that in Nice.
In Nice.
I got that done at a wine bar, and they just had a tattoo guy there, and you got a free glass of wine if you got a tattoo.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
So I sure did.
Where the art journey began.
I guess. Okay. It is more clear what parts have not been done yet, so I can come back in here with a bit more context. I can already tell it's gonna be like, I think I'm like going way too deep at certain times and then not deep enough, which makes sense, but there's some parts of the skin that are looking a little unhappy, like I've been going too deep on them, but that's part of the journey. I'm gonna try and go more up and down. I've been going a little too much of an angle. I think we'll try more perpendicular to the skin. Seems to work a lot better when I go straight up and down and not at a 45-degree angle. I wonder if other tattoo artists have noticed this themselves. Okay, we're also gonna keep wiping, because I'm liking this as a little trend. Can you pull me off another little thing there? Thank you. Thank you. Who wants next?
Me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, let's see how she looks at the end before we make any.
What's a fun little shape?
Yeah, I've already mastered the circles. Go for like a triangle or something.
Hard lines. This seems kind of sketch.
Hard
Got some bare
lines.
thighs here.
What the hell, dude? Yeah. They're supposed to be bare.
Amazing.
Oh, I already do. Hearing your own voice
I know,
on
it's,
film.
No,
you can't.
they're good videos.
No, yeah.
I believe it.
You're gonna have to go through this because I just filmed the whole thing, but it's good.
I'll go through all of it.
I know there's good stuff in there.
That's awesome. That's why I bought like also big SD cards. Like,
Yeah.
it's sick to just have way too much film because it's way harder to not have enough. Okay,
We'll see for a bit. Your perspective on things, you know?
like
We're all
no
in
come
different
on.
spots.
Okay, let's keep it going. Gotta focus on keeping it more. Oh, so yeah, it's way better when I think of the parts that I'm gonna have to like go over the other parts. I think, like straight up and down. So I was
One
doing
more
it.
time, yeah.
Get the extra ink in there, you know? No worries.
Yeah, let's like really fucking shove it in there.
Does it hurt at all?
It's not bad at all. It's like pretty gentle sting. The thighs are pretty, I mean, of all the tattoos I've ever had, like thighs are the ones that hurt the least.
Really?
What do you have to
I don't
say?
have any tattoos on my thighs. I don't know. I
It
think.
sounded so artificial. Oh, really?
I was just tuning in.
Really? Turn the camera to me. Turn the camera to me. Really?
What do you have to say?
I feel like I have tattoos on my arms, and the tattoos on my arms didn't hurt.
Yeah, you don't have any on your legs.
No. Well, on the back of my
Yeah.
ankles. And those did hurt. But the guy was like watching Pulp Fiction the entire time. He was going,
That's fucking awesome.
it was kind of like I paid for that experience.
Probably the vibe.
Was that the guy who did like the famous guy who did the other ones? No.
No, he did those two, and actually the hand poked ones. My bunny is the most painful tattoo I've ever gotten, and the other one he did is the least painful tattoo I've ever gotten.
That's so
So I don't know
bizarre.
what that means.
They're on either shoulder, basically.
Shut up when they're both on either shoulder in the same spot. But it hurt a lot the second time.
Okay, I basically got, I've got the whole circles done. It's a complete tattoo in theory
Right
now.
there.
I'm going to go in and re-circle a couple parts that are, I think I was just too at an angle and the ink didn't go in very good. So I'm gonna go in more directly. I feel like I'm definitely putting too much ink in this because occasionally a big drop of ink will
Yeah, you had that
fall
big
in it.
blot happen earlier, but I think that was just
Yeah.
from the ink, not from you. Doing it
Yeah, I
wrong.
think you're right. What parts could use some? I fucking missed the line with that one. Whoops.
Oops.
This is starting to look like a bit of a tattoo, guys.
I think it's
Good
looking like
tattoo.
it's looking like a real tattoo to me.
I'm feeling like it's gonna stay in my skin, which is the goal. That's really genuinely the only goal here is having a tattoo, roughly in the shape of two circles that overlap, that stays on my leg for. I don't think it's gonna stay forever. If it stays for 20 years, that's a. Let me check in 20 years and tell you if it's still there.
It's not going anywhere.
If it's there in 20 years, this is a good enough tattoo.
Not going anywhere.
I did not tell my mom or dad that I was doing this, and my mom watches all my videos, so.
Oh, she's your top comment. I always see her commenting.
She's an avid supporter, my biggest fan. I'm very lucky to have a mom like her. Hi mom, sorry I did this without telling you, but I feel like you would have supported it anyways.
Shout out Porter Mom.
Shout out Porter Mom. Yeah, can we get a shout out Porter Mom in the chat, guys? Thank you. All right, come in here, get a close up on this bad boy. Let's see what we're thinking.
How we looking?
It changes shape so much when you move around.
Just keep it still.
What's the most? What was I? I was in like this position when I got it stenciled. I guess.
That's looking good. It's looking great. Look at that thing. That's close to a circle.
That is close to a circle. Undeniably close to a circle.
Undeniably, that is as close to a circle as I think I've ever seen.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna go over a couple parts quickly, but I think it's pretty much good.
Do you want to tell us what's going to get added to the circle?
I already told them actually before I filmed this.
Okay, yeah. But you want to tell us again?
So it's gonna be the word Radii added to the circle, which is the name of the clothing company I'm starting right now. And it's gonna be in the font Pan to shirt, same font as that number. And that number on this shirt is number 1.
Number 1. That could be you. That could be you.
Because for this design, flip the shirt there, Eva. For this design, that is the first shirt printed with that design. So the second shirt printed with that cowboy lighting a cigarette for his horse design it'll have a 2 embroidered on the front. The third one will have a 3, and I bet you can guess what the fourth one will have. So
if you want a 1, you gotta be a 1.
if
You gotta be a winner.
If you want this number 1 T-shirt, you cannot have it because I'm keeping them. But if you want a number 2, when I start pre-orders, just order really fast, and the first person who orders it in the first round of pre-orders will get the number 2 for whatever design you order. So yeah, it's a cool idea that I think every shirt will have its own unique number, which I've never seen in a clothing company before. I'm sure it exists, but I've just never seen it. And maybe if they become valuable in the future, you'll have a little collector's item of, I had a single digits Radii shirt from the
eBay
2026.
in 20 years.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
This is gonna be enormous on eBay's equivalent, because I'm sure eBay won't be around in 20 years. It'll be huge on
This is gonna be found footage
TikTok
on the
Shop in
documentary.
20 years.
Incredible.
Yeah, so buy one.
And how are we feeling about the circle? 5 minutes later.
I feel all right about it.
You feel all right about it, eh?
It does. I mean, it genuinely has kind of the aesthetic that I want it to have. Like, it looks like I've seen other amateur tattoos. I know that it's gonna look shaky.
I think it looks good.
I think I'm just gonna go over a couple more parts that are like I don't think are gonna last the years. I'm doing a couple of year laps. You know, I feel like every lap I do.
Like a tree.
Yeah, he's like adding tree rings. Make sure this crossover path here looks good. I swear ink is not coming out of that right now. Maybe I'm supposed to be adding more ink to this constantly.
I mean, they dip in pretty often, I feel like.
Yeah, they're always dipping.
I haven't got an attachment in 5 years.
Is that true?
Yeah, 3 years.
That's still a long time, but yeah, 5 years sounded.
I
There's
was
no
like,
chance.
That's why. Wait a minute.
Yeah, ink's coming out now. It was not coming out before. All right. Good enough. I'm not gonna keep fucking with it because I'm just gonna make it worse, I'm sure. I guess get another zoom in because this is the finished product. Actually, let me just wipe it all the way off before we like get a nice close up on it.
We'll get a dirty zoom and then we'll get a proper zoom.
Dirty zoom and proper zoom, I like it. What do you think? You have a full back piece for you?
Yeah, honestly.
One devil wing, one angel wing, because you got a little bit of bad, a little bit of good in you.
Honestly, at one point in my life, that was my dream tattoo, I think, probably.
At what age?
Sydney Carlson has devil and angel on her
Who?
shoulders. Sydney Carlson.
Who's that?
So
First name, last name in the
video.
video. I love it.
What?
Let's keep going.
Shout out Sydney Carlson.
Shout out
Wait,
Sydney
is this
Carlson. Shout out Devin Lee Carlson. I love you. Jesse Rutherford never deserved you. So.
Oh, these are famous people. I know Jesse Rutherford's name.
From the neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
I keep seeing
It's
Jesse
coming together.
Rutherford shirtless videos
It's
on
coming
TikTok.
together.
listen to Daddy
Good looking
Issues.
guy.
Coming together.
Daddy Issues, Devin Lee Carlson. You're an icon. Love you. You're the only reason why I went to go see the neighborhood.
Dude, alright, look at this tattoo. That's looking like a tattoo.
I think it looks good.
That looks
That's
like how a
insane.
tattoo. It looks squiggly, but like not crazy squiggly.
I've seen more squiggly than
No,
that.
you haven't. No, you haven't.
I actually have. I've seen more squiggly than
I
that.
have. I guess I have too. Like in like a stick and poke, but this is like.
Good.
Yeah, this is like I've seen apprentices that are 30% better. No, I'm being fucking rude right now. This is a pretty shit tattoo,
Yeah.
but for my first attempt, I'm fine. I'm happy with it. I think it turned out
We're
pretty
gonna
good.
counsel you.
There's a cool, a couple little character notes on it. You'll see there's a little polyp, some might call it, up the corner here. Down here, there's a couple. It gets thicker and some diverging lines, and that's just part of the logo now forever. Trademarked. Yeah, I have to figure out how trademarks work, but I guess I just automatically have one on my logo. Look at how, zoom in on that. Look at how sweaty these fucking gloves are. That's disgusting. Look at my hands. You can see that I was nervous.
Shaky guy.
That's pretty good.
It's fucking incredible.
As you can see, we have these held up by a few wooden duck amigos of mine. I wish I could zoom out a little bit more, but beautiful. How's this? Okay. All right. It's next morning. Okay, it's the next day. I figured it'd be a good time to have a look at how the tattoo is doing, how it's looking. About it's been like 16 hours since I got it. Okay. It's the next day after the tattoo. Figured to give a little update on how she's looking. Okay, it's been a day, well, like 16 hours since I got the tattoo. Okay, it's been like 16-ish hours since I got the tattoo. Okay, it's been like 20-ish hours since I got the tattoo, so I thought let's do a little close up and have a look at how she's healing up so far. Okay, it's been like, what, like 16 hours since I gave myself that tattoo. Let's do a little update on how she's healing so far. Okay, it's been like 16-ish hours since I gave myself that tattoo. Let's have a look at how she's healing so far. This is so fucking cringe. Oh. Even recording myself saying this is so fucking cringe is itself fucking cringe. Okay, it's been... Okay, it's the next day. Let's do a little update on how this bad boy is healing up so far. Okay, it's the next day after the tattoo. Figured to do a little update and let's have a look at how she is healing so far. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look at this bad boy. As you can see, it's still pretty red and puffy, which, you know, I think I was pretty heavy-handed with the needle, so that makes sense. You can see there's some parts here, like that bit, definitely blown out, as we were aware was definitely going to be a possibility. Yeah, some of these parts are looking not too crisp, but I've seen worse. Kind of. There's our friend the polyp. Definitely has not gone away overnight. And yeah, this is how she's looking the next day. All right, let's have a look at these milky white thighs. Okay, let's have a look at these milky white thighs of mine. Let's get a little close up here. Yeah, as you can see, she's pretty, you know, red and puffy, looking a little irritated, which I think I was pretty heavy-handed with that needle, so kind of to be expected. Some parts, like down here, looking pretty blown out. As you can see, not super crisp, those lines, but, you know, could be worse. Yeah, we got our friend the polyp here. So I'm still figuring out this camera, so bear with me. But let's get a little zoom on Mr. Polyp there. Come on, see if we can focus. Come on. Focus on Mr. Polyp. That's not working. Have a look at that though. It's not awful. It's not awesome, but it's not awful. We got our friend the polyp at the top there. I think that's the most iconic piece of this modern art. You can see a couple spots down here where
I definitely went over it again and didn't quite hit the same line, but, you know, all part of the learning process. Yeah, she's looking a little itchy, she's looking a little red, a little blotchy, and that's okay. And that's okay. Okay, if you will follow my... Okay. If you please turn... Oh my god. If you will please turn your attention to these milky white thighs. Let's have a look at her. You can see it's a little red and a little irritated. You know, a little puffy looking. I think I was pretty heavy-handed with the needle, so that's kind of to be expected. We can see a couple little spots here looking pretty blown out. You know, that's probably the parts where I went a little too deep with the needle, and it kind of gets under the skin, and the ink kind of just starts spilling into the other pieces of skin around it. So it gets a little blurry like that. Couple spots here for sure that are a little blurry, but that's all right. Got our friend the polyp up there, which is pretty, I think, going to be the most noticeable fuck up I have. You'll see up there, the polyp is standing strong. The little offshoot, that's definitely the most noticeable, like the most noticeable of a guy who clearly has never tattooed himself before. And that's alright, that was all part of the plan. Yeah, it doesn't look infected or anything yet. We'll see how red and puffy it continues to get, but I think that she's probably going to heal pretty okay. Now, the next step in this, obviously, is trying to get this into logo form. And maybe the smart, responsible way to do it would be to let this fully heal. And let it heal. The responsible thing would probably be to let... The responsible move would probably be to let that heal fully. The smart and responsible thing would probably be to let the tattoo heal fully. Let all the... You know, see how she's going to end up. Let all the puffiness and the redness go away. I don't have time for that. I'm trying to launch this this logo on these shirts within like a week. More like 3 days. The maybe responsible, smart way to do this would be to wait for this tattoo to fully heal, you know, let all the puffiness and the redness go away. But I don't have time for that. I'm trying to launch this pre-order in like 3 or 4 days. So I'm just going to go ahead and scan this bad boy now. And I think kind of it being a little red and puffy still, that's kind of raw, that's kind of punk, it's kind of grunge. Kind of awesome. So let's just go for that. Let's go for that specific, still angry skin look. Right? Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Okay, here we have the next day tattoo. Let's have a look at how she's healing. You can see it's pretty red. A little puffy still around there. I think that's from me being a little heavy-handed with the tattooing, but fair enough. A couple of spots that are pretty blown out. You can see like down here. See that ink is just like, that's just like a blob, a blur kind of. Probably where I went a little too deep with the needle there. Got a little too excited. A couple spots up top there for sure. You can see our friend the polyp is standing very strong. He's not gone away overnight. Definitely the most obvious mistake, quote unquote, on this, but You know, every mistake's a happy little accident. I think the smart thing to do would be to wait for this to heal fully, wait for this redness to go away before I do my little scan. But who ever wanted to be smart? I also don't have time for that. I'm trying to kind of do this pre-order. I need this logo up and running in the next couple days here, so we're gonna try and get a little scan of this still kind of red and raw guy and see what we can do with it. The first thing I noticed, when you stand up where my leg straightens, you can see that this shape changes a lot. Maybe the smart move would be to I think the smart move would be to wait for this to feel probably like the smart move would be to wait for this to fully heal and all that redness and puffiness to go away before I did like my scan for the logo, but I genuinely don't have time for that. I'm trying to do this, get this pre-order launched within about 3 or 4 days, and I need the logo for that. So we're gonna scan the red, itchy, scabby version of it, because that's more raw and real anyways, so yeah, we're gonna do that. Probably like the smart thing to do would be to wait for this tattoo to fully heal and all the redness and puffiness to go away before I do my scan for the logo. But I like genuinely don't have time for that. I'm trying to do this pre-order starting it within less than a week, so I need a logo before I can do that. So we're gonna scan this version of it, the like 16-hour post-tattoo version of the tattoo, with all the puffiness and redness included in the final design. Kind of punk rock, maybe. It's kind of punk rock. So we're gonna go for this version. Let's do it. If you look closely with my background here, we got our shirts. Those are 3 of the backgrounds, and then just a couple of the fronts there with the ones. There's the one. And you can see they're being held up by wooden ducks, which is a cool thing to hold shirts up with, I'd say. Okay, here is the next day. You can see she is pretty red, pretty puffy, a little unhappy looking. I think that's gonna be down to me going a little gung-ho with the needle. You can see a couple parts here, like down here especially, pretty blown out, where the needle went a little too deep into the skin, or I got a little too excited, which, you know, it's bound to happen. You can see our friend, the polyp here, has not disappeared overnight. He is there to stay, which is kind of a real signature piece on this circle logo. That polyp is going to be, that's how you're going to know it's a Radii logo and not some other anonymous circle logo. Yeah, I don't know. She's not looking horrible. There's definitely a couple spots that are a little blown out. The lines are not super straight. Definitely some squiggles going on. You can see where I went over it a couple times. There's Chester. You can see where I went over a couple times, not over the right line, or like I'm, you know, like here you can see I definitely effed up a little bit, but it's all part of the learning process. Now maybe the smart thing to do would be to wait for this bad boy to fully heal. You know, wait for all that redness to go down, wait for the puffiness to go away before I did like my scan for the logo. But I genuinely don't have time for that. So we are just gonna scan this version of it and see how she looks. So let's do that now. So yeah, we're gonna talk about the logo. We are gonna talk about the logo. My best YouTuber voice. My best YouTuber voice. And eventually, I settled on that. So sweaty, so sweaty. So eventually, and what I settled on is this. Sweaty guy, oh fuck. So, So, what I eventually landed on is this. Radii. This is Patreon footage. Okay. Why am I still fucking recording? Son of a fucking bitch. Right. So, as you can see, we've got two circles. Okay, as you can see, we've got two circles. Kind of like a really small Venn diagram. They overlap a little bit. And that's taken inspiration from this down left font that we're also using on the shirts, that little number 1 there. Same font. So, the logo. Two circles. Down left font, Radii. Rad in the middle, because EI. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, so as you can see, we got two circles that overlap. And they overlap the same amount as this offset of the down left font that we're using for the numbers on the shirts as well. So, the down left font has this nice kind of hand-drawn, you know, a little bit off-kilter kind of look. Fuck. I think in the YouTube business they call that a hook. Did it work? You know, I think in the YouTube business, they call that first 20 seconds of like the in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Did it work? In the YouTube biz, they call that a hook. Did it work? Man, was that ever dramatic. You know, in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Did it work? That was a pretty dramatic way to start the video. I think in the YouTube biz they call that a hook. Did it work? Wow, what a dramatic way to start a YouTube video. Wow, what a dramatic way to start a YouTube video. You know, in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Did it work? That was a pretty dramatic way to start the video, hey? You know, in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Are you hooked? Pretty dramatic way to start a YouTube video, hey? You know, in the YouTube biz, they call that a hook. Did I hook ya? One more. Pretty dramatic way to start a YouTube video, hey? You know, in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Did I hook ya? I don't know if it would have hooked me, but pretty dramatic way to start a YouTube video, hey? You know, in the YouTube biz, I think they call that a hook. Are you hooked yet? Are you hooked yet? Did I hook you yet? Do you feel hooked yet? Be honest. Are you hooked? Are you hooked? Are you hooked? Are you hooked? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Okay, so we know where the video is headed. You've read the title, you've seen the spoilery, gimmicky hook. But I need to give you some context first, or it's not going to make any sense why I'm tattooing myself. Or what I'm tattooing myself won't make any sense either. Okay, so we know where the video's heading. I've given you the big spoiler at the start to get you hooked. And you've read the title. Okay, so we know where the video's heading. Okay, so we know where the video is heading. I've given you a bit of a spoiler right off the bat to get you hooked. But I need to give a bunch of context before what I'm tattooing or why I'm tattooing it will make any sense to you. So here's the context. Okay, so we know where the video is eventually headed, but I need to give you a bunch of context first, or it's not going to make any sense what I'm tattooing or why I'm tattooing it. So here's some context. Okay, so we know where the video is headed, right? I mean, obviously. Okay, so you have a pretty good idea where the video is headed, but I need to give you some context first, or it's not going to make any sense why I'm tattooing or what I'm tattooing. Okay, so we know where the video is headed, but I need to give you some context. Okay, so you have a pretty good idea where the video is headed, I assume, but I need to give you a bit of context, or it's not going to make any sense. Okay, so we know where the video is headed, but I need to give you some context first so I can explain why I'm tattooing. Okay, so we know where the video is headed. We know the general direction at least. But I need to give you some context first, or it's not going to make... Okay, so we know where the video is headed, but I need to give you some context first before I can explain why I'm tattooing what I'm tattooing. Okay, so we know where the video is headed in the general direction, right? We got an idea. But I need to give you some buts. I need to give you some context first. But I need to give some context first for it to make any sense what I'm tattooing. But I need to give some context first about what I'm tattooing and why I'm tattooing it. But I need to give a little context first about what I'm tattooing. But I need to give a little context first to explain. But I need to give a little context first before I explain what I'm tattooing and why I'm tattooing it. But I need to give a little context first before I explain what I'm tattooing or why I'm tattooing it. So about a year ago, so here's the context. About a year ago, so here's a bit of context. So, about a year ago, I started this art account on Instagram and on TikTok. Same videos being posted on both platforms. And the idea behind this, and I started doing this series, of drawings. And they're drawings that are objectively rad. That is the blurb that comes up at the start of every video. Drawing things that are objectively rad. Drawing things that are objectively rad. So, about a year ago, I started this art series where I do drawings that are objectively rad. So, about a year ago, I started this art series called Drawing Things That Are Objectively Rad. And it's pretty self-explanatory, I'd say, from the title. It's a bunch of drawings, all done in the sketchbook. Actually, I should show the sketchbook at some point, too. So, about a year ago, I started doing this series of drawings that are objectively rad. So, about a year ago, I started this art series, and it's called Drawing Things That Are Objectively Rad. And it's kind of self-explanatory from the title, right? I mean, it's a series of stuff that kind of fits that, like, hell yeah, badass, drinking and driving, smoking cigarettes, kind of cool stuff. First drawing I did was a monkey first drawing I did for it was an orangutan holding a katana. Good start, right? And then I drew a cigarette smoking a cigar. And then I drew a brachiosaurus wearing a really long scarf. And then after the third drawing, I think, people started commenting a bunch. They started commenting their own ideas, which was the idea the whole time. After the third video, I think, people started commenting a bunch of their own ideas, which was what I was hoping would happen. So after the third video, almost every drawing I've done has been a comment. It's been an idea from the comments of either my Instagram or my TikTok. And I basically read through the comments until I find one that sounds fun, and I pick it and I draw it and I post a video of it for people to enjoy and then comment their own ideas, and then it keeps going. So about a year ago, I was living in the south of France. So about a year ago, I was living in France at the time, and I found myself unemployed, as can happen to the best of us, you know? So about a year ago, I started doing this series of drawings on Instagram and TikTok. And the name of the series was Drawing Things That Are Objectively Rad. R-A-D, rad. And the basic idea behind this series is that people comment stuff on my videos of what they think is just objectively rad, stuff they think is awesome, and that they would like to see drawn out. So I go through my comments, I read them all, I find ones that sound fun, I pick them, and I draw them. And then I post the video to Instagram and TikTok, or YouTube Shorts as well now. And it goes on from there. As of filming this video, I just finished part 73, so I've done 73 drawings for that series. As of filming this video, I just finished part 73, I think. As of filming this video, I've done 73 drawings for that series. The plan is to do 100, and then I'm going to try and get it published into a book. A real book with paper and everything. One more time. So about a year ago, I started doing this series of... about a year ago, I started this series of drawings called Drawings. So, about a year ago, I started this series of drawings on Instagram and TikTok. And the name of the series is Drawing Things That Are Objectively Rad. R-A-D, rad. And pretty quickly, people started commenting their own ideas into it, of stuff they wanted to see. I think I did 3 drawings. The first drawing I did was an orangutan holding a sword. The second drawing I did was a cigarette smoking a cigar. The third drawing I did was a brachiosaurus with a really long scarf. And then after about the third drawing, I think, I started getting a lot of comments of people putting in their own ideas, which was exactly what I was hoping would happen. So since then, pretty much every video I've made has been based off an idea from my comments of people who have watched my videos and are suggesting stuff that they'd like to see that they think is fucking rad. So since then, most of my videos have been sourced from an... So since then, pretty much every drawing has been from an idea that somebody has left in my comments, which I think is really fun because it's a great way to connect with people. And I don't have to come up with ideas, I can just read, and I don't have to come up with my own ideas, I can just read through, all the comments and pick ones that sound fun, and then try and come up with some little twist on it. It also helps because I don't have to really come up with the ideas. I can just read through the comments until I see one that sounds fun, and then draw that. And then draw that. Pretty quickly, the series started doing... Pretty quickly, the series started doing some pretty good numbers on Instagram. Enough so that actually for the past maybe 8 or 9 months, I've been doing art full time. So the series started doing pretty good. So the drawing series started doing pretty good numbers after. And luckily the series started doing pretty good numbers on Instagram after, the 6th or 7th video. And pretty early. The videos started doing good. And pretty early the videos started doing pretty good on good numbers on Instagram. And so pretty quickly the series kind of picked up a bit of steam. So pretty quickly the series started picking up some steam. Pretty quickly the series started doing pretty good numbers on Instagram specifically. It started picking up a little momentum. A lot of people were commenting. More and more people seem to start commenting their ideas, which is obviously a banger for the algorithm. And pretty quickly I was able to start doing it full time, which is so sick. And I'm so grateful for everybody who's ever watched my videos and commented an idea. That is fucking awesome. So the series started doing pretty good numbers pretty early on, which is sick. More and more people were commenting their ideas of stuff they thought was objectively rad. And after a few months, I was able to start doing it full time. Making art full time, which is like, I never ever thought that was a possibility. I never ever thought that was like a realistic thing in my life. So pretty quickly, the series actually started doing some good numbers on Instagram specifically. And after a few months, I was able to start doing it full time. Doing art full time, which is like, I mean, it was always, you know, a bit of a dream, but a super unrealistic dream that I never kind of considered a real option. So it's so sick. Like, it's so sick. Anybody who's like watched, if you're like, I am like crazy grateful to anybody who has watched my videos and commented their ideas and been like involved and supportive. So this, yeah. Quick side note, this is my first ever like big boy YouTube video. So there's gonna be a bunch of, you know, audio being fucked up and I'm sure weird cuts and weird editing and stuff. I'm just figuring this out, so any this is also like, oh my fucking god. Side note, this is my first ever, quick side note too, this is my first ever like big boy YouTube video and I'm still getting my equipment sorted out, so there's gonna be some weird audio parts where I didn't have like the right microphone and stuff. So yeah, please bear with me for that stuff. So pretty quickly the series started doing some good numbers on Instagram specifically. And after a few months, I opened up a website where I started selling prints. And so after a few months, I started a website where I started selling prints of the drawings I was doing, as well as like tote bags and stickers. And I also started getting a bunch of requests for commissions and I also started getting a bunch of requests for like commissions, original drawings that people wanted me to do for them. So I was able to start doing art full time, which is, that was always like a pipe dream, like, but never seemed like an actual possibility. So I'm like, and it's the sickest thing ever. I'm so crazy grateful to anybody who has been watching my videos and commenting stuff and buying things from me. The fact that people buy stuff that has my drawings on it blows my mind every time. People have been getting my stuff tattooed on them for free. A bunch of people are getting my drawings. A bunch of people have gotten my art tattooed on them too, which is so sick. That's like my favorite thing in the world to see. I haven't met a person in real life yet who has one of my things tattooed on them, but that's coming, and that's gonna be fucking magical. I haven't met anybody in real life yet who has something that I drew tattooed on them, but that's coming, and that's gonna be electric. And I also started getting a bunch of requests for commissions, like original drawings that people wanted me to do for them. So doing those mixed with my store, I was able to start doing art full time, which was always like a pipe dream, but I never thought it was like an actual possibility, That's the most classic, oh, that's like you'll never make a living doing that job I can think of is an artist. But social media, baby, what a curse and a blessing. Now, my goal for a long time has been to get some of these designs onto some clothing. And spoiler alert, with my background here, I did it. I got some shit on clothing, dude. Now my goal for a long time has been to get some of these designs that I've been doing onto clothing. And, spoiler alert with my background here, that shit's happening. Now, much like podcasts, the problem is, much like podcasts, everyone and their grandma has a clothing line nowadays. So I've always known if I'm going to do a clothing line, it has to have some sort of a gimmick. It has to have something cool and different that makes me feel clever. And I came up with this particular t-shirt gimmick when I was, I think, 18. 27 now, so you do the math. And I came up with this particular t-shirt gimmick when I was like 18. I'm 27 now, so do the math. I always said that if I ever start a t-shirt, I always said to myself, if I ever start a clothing company, I'm going to do this gimmick with the clothes. I always told myself that if I ever start a clothing company, I'm going to do this gimmick with the t-shirts. Well, see these shirts? Here's the gimmick. Well, the time's come to start a clothing company, and here's the gimmick. Well, and I'm starting a clothing company. So here's the gimmick. Here's what we do to make these shirts stand out and be different. They just have to be different in some way. Here's what we do to make these shirts unique. Well, I'm starting a clothing company, so here's the gimmick. Well, now I am starting a clothing company, so here's the gimmick. I've always said that if I ever make t-shirts, I'm going to do this. I've always had this gimmick in my mind for if I ever make t-shirts, I'm going to do this. This is what I'm going to do to make them a little different, to make them a little clever. They got to be a little clever. Shirts can be clever. They can be, there's a big spectrum of intelligence if you pay attention to t-shirts. So, here's the gimmick. So, here's the t-shirt gimmick. So here is the t-shirt gimmick. So here is my t-shirt gimmick. So here's my t-shirt gimmick. So here's the gimmick. So here is the gimmick. So here's the gimmick. So here's the gimmick. So here's the gimmick. So here's the gimmick. By the way, these shirts are held up by my assistants, who happen to be some wooden mallards, etc. By the way, these shirts are being held up by wooden mallards. Just thought you might like to know that. We number them. We number all of them. We we number them. We number all of them. We number them. We number all of them. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. This is shirt number 1, because for this design, which is every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. You can see it's embroidered with a number 1. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. You may notice one has a... Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. Number 1. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. You can see this one has a number 1. Every shirt has its print number. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. See, this one has a number 1, because this is the first shirt of this design ever printed. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. You can see this one has a number 1 embroidered on it, because this shirt with this design is the first one ever printed. Every shirt has its print number embroidered on the front. You can see this one has a number 1, because for this design, which happens to be a cowboy lighting a cigarette for his horse as the world ends behind them, this is the first shirt ever printed with this design. This is the first shirt ever printed with this design. So it's number 1. You can see all of these shirts. And if you look closely, you can see it is a cowboy lighting a cigarette for his horse as the world ends behind them. Big nuclear blast. That's called That drawing is called Spliff the Atom, by the way. The name of that drawing is Spliff the Atom, by the way. The name of that drawing is Spliff the Atom, by the way. If you look closely at the design on the back, the design on the back of this one is, if you look closely, a cowboy lighting a little cigarette for his horse as a little nuclear blast goes off behind him and the world kind of, ends. The design on the back of this shirt is, if you look closely here, a cowboy lighting a cigarette for his horse while a little nuclear blast goes off behind him and the world kind of ends. All of these shirts have a number 1 embroidered on them because all of these shirts, and there's 5, these are the first 5 shirts I'm making, have a number 1 printed on the front, embroidered on the front, because these are all the number 1 prints for their respective designs. This design actually uses, so this was the first orangutan design that I ever drew, and it's combined with a gorilla, and he's got a gun, and it was, I think the prompt for that one was guerrilla warfare, gorilla spelled different each time. And I thought that when I drew his thing, I thought that he should be thinking about a banana, because and then I thought it'd be fun to kind of combine him with this other monkey warrior compadre into a shirt. So every shirt has a silkscreen printing on the back and an embroidered print number on the front. These are all number 1s because for these designs, these are the first print. The second one So each of these shirts has a silkscreen printing on the back of one of my designs. So each of these shirts, I got 5 behind me, has a silkscreen printing of one of my designs on the back. Has a silkscreen printing of one of my designs on the back. And all of these particular ones have a number 1 embroidered on the front because they're all the first prints of their individual designs. The next person who buys this specific hermit crab in a skull The title of that one is Rent Free in Your Head, by the way. Kind of cringy, but it makes a lot of sense if you think about this crab is living rent-free inside that head. The second person who buys this will have a number 2 embroidered on it. The third person who buys it will have a number 3 embroidered on it, and so on and so on. The next person who buys a crab skull drawing, the next shirt I sell with this crab skull drawing on it will have a number 2 embroidered on the front. By the way, the font for this... By the way, the font for this numbering is called Down Left, and it was designed by... By the way, the font I used for these... By the way, the font that I used for this numbering was designed by a Finnish typographer named Juha Korhonen. I'm sure that was perfect pronunciation. And by the way, the font for this lettering... By the way, the font for these numbers is called Down Left, and it was created by... By the way, the font for this... By the way, the font for this lettering... By the way, the font for these numbers is called Down Left, and it was created by a Finnish typographer named Juha Korhonen, which I'm sure is perfect pronunciation, but he's designed a whole bunch of very cool fonts. I tested a bunch of his, and this was one that I liked the best. I think it has the coolest aesthetic for what I want it to kind of look like on the front of a shirt. Like, it embroiders very, very well. So the gimmick, right? So the gimmick. So the gimmick. So the gimmick, right? Every shirt is going to be different. Every shirt will have its own number on it. You'll never have a shirt. You could have... So the gimmick is every shirt is different. You'll never have a shirt with the same design and the same number on the front. You could have, Exhibit A, you can have different shirts that all have the same number, like the number 1, because they're different designs. But you'll never have 2 shirts with the same number and the same design. And that's an Ethan Porter guarantee. And that is an Ethan Porter guarantee. If you buy one of these shirts, you will never have to wonder, if you buy one of these shirts, you will never have to wonder how many other shirts with this design have been printed before my shirt. This one, 0 before this one. If you buy this shirt, you will never have to wonder how many other shirts with this design have been printed before I got my mitts on one of them. It's on there. So the gimmick, right? Every shirt is different. You'll never have a shirt with that design with the same number. The font of this number, by the way, is called Down Left, and it was designed by Finnish typographer Juha Korhonen, which I'm sure is perfect pronunciation of his name. But yeah, I just loved. I really like this guy's work. I tested a bunch of his fonts with the embroidery process, and this was the one that I think just stood out as the best one. So, Down Left by Juha Korhonen. So the gimmick, right? Every shirt is different. Every shirt has the history of its production stitched across the chest, which I think is pretty cool. I've never seen another clothing company so that's the gimmick, right? Every shirt is different, every shirt is unique, which makes production much more complicated, as you might imagine. But I've managed to figure it out with some local people here in Canada. So that's the gimmick, right? Every shirt is different. This will always be the #1 shirt for the crab skull design. There'll never be another one like that. The next one I sell will be a #2 shirt, and then a 3, and then maybe even a 4. But I think it's kind of cool that every shirt has a uniqueness to it. You'll never bump into another #1 crab skull shirt unless people start, making their own fake ones, which flattery is mimicry is the greatest form of flattery. Sure, something like that. Yeah, so that's the basic gimmick. Yeah, so that's the basic gimmick behind these t-shirts. So that is the basic... Anyway, so that is the basic gimmick behind these t-shirts. Silk screen design on the back, print number embroidered on the front. Beautiful. So let's look at this one for example. So let's look at this shirt for example. Okay, so that's the big gimmick that got me excited about this clothing company. But there's 2 other things we got to talk about that are super important decisions I had to make when you're starting. Okay, so that's the basic idea that got me excited about these t-shirts. But there's 2 other things we got to... But we got to talk about 2 other very important things that come into... But we got to talk about 2 other very important decisions that anybody making a clothing company has to come across. But we got to talk about 2 very important decisions you have to make when you're creating a clothing company. And that's going to be the name of the company and the logo of the company. Okay, so that's the basic idea behind the shirts. Okay, so that's the basic idea behind the shirts that got me excited about making them. But there are 2 important things we've got to talk about, decisions that anybody making a clothing company has to make. But there are two very important decisions anybody making a clothing company has to decide on. And the first one we're going to talk about but anybody making a clothing company but there are two other very important decisions anybody making a clothing company has to decide on. And the first one that I have to talk about is the name of the company. Okay, so we know the design of the shirts. We have the basic idea behind what these shirts are going to look like. But there are two very important things we have to talk about, and anybody making a clothing company has to decide but there are two crucial decisions anybody making a clothing company has to figure out. But there are two very important things we still have to talk about. So we have the basic outline of how these shirts. So we basically know the layout of the shirts, how they're going to look. But there was a few other decisions. So I knew the basic idea of how I wanted these shirts to look. So now we know the basic idea of how these shirts are going to look. But so we know the basic idea of how these shirts are going to look and the idea behind them. The next thing I had to figure out, and this is an important thing to figure out for any clothing company, what's the name of the brand? The next thing I had to figure out was the name of the company. The next thing I had to figure out is the name of the company. The next thing I had to figure out, what is going to be the name of the clothing brand? The next thing to figure out, what are we going to call this clothing brand? And the next thing to figure out, what do we call this clothing brand? What is the name? The next thing to figure out is what to call the clothing brand. What's the name? Right off the bat for the name, and I know it's maybe not the most inspired, but I knew I wanted to get the word rad in there, the letters R-A-D. Right off the bat for the name, and maybe it's not the most inspired idea, but it just felt right, was I knew I wanted to involve the word rad in the name, the letters R-A-D. That's the big focal word that this whole series of art has kind of been orbiting around. That's like that's the big focal word that's the big word that all this art, that's the big descriptive word that all of this artwork has been based around. So it just felt like that should be involved in some way. So I started going through options, and so I started, writing down options. Radon. Radium. Radiator. Ratatouille. Too good. Can't include it. So I started going through options. So I started writing down options. I thought of radon. I thought of radium. It's funny, the first two ideas that came to mind, both elements. Radiator. I thought of radiator. I thought of something like Free Radicals, but that's a band already. Free Radical. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance from a center of a circle to its border. And then I thought of the word radius. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance from the center of a circle to its border. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance from the center of a circle to its border. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance between a center of a circle. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance from the center of a circle to its border. And then I thought of the word radius. And then I thought of the word radius. The distance from the center of a circle to its border. And I got that I thought that was pretty, and I like that word. And I like that word, And I like that word, I think it's a pretty cool word. And it gave me that feeling. It gave me kind of that feeling. It gave me kind of that word, the word radius gave me that kind of feeling. That word gave me the feeling. That word gave me, I don't know if you guys get. And I like that word. I think radius is a cool word. Radius felt almost right. If that makes sense. Radius felt like, ooh, that's on the right track. Radius felt like it's on the right track, but not quite there.
I think radius is cool. It sounds kind of slick. I thought radius is kind of fun. I thought radius was like a pretty cool word. Radius felt almost right. You know, it felt like it was on the right track, but not quite there. Then it kind of hit me. Then it 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 hit me. Then, with a strike of inspiration, it hit me. Then, with a little spark of inspiration, it hit me. Then it hit me. Then it hit me. And then it hit me. And then it hit me. Then it hit me. And 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 then it hit me like that. Lightning bolt of inspiration. And then it hit me like that. Lightning bolt of inspiration. How do you take the word radius how do you take a kind of cool word like radius and crank its sex appeal off the friggin' sex charts? How do you take a pretty cool word like radius and turn its coolness and its sex appeal fucking up off the fucking sex charts? How do you take a pretty cool word like radius and crank its sex appeal up off the friggin' sex charts? You pluralize it. You pluralize it. How do you take a kind of cool word like radii and crank its sex appeal? How do you take a kind of cool word like radius and crank its sex appeal meter up off the friggin' sex charts? You pluralize it. You pluralize it. How do you take a kind of cool word like radius and crank its sex appeal up off the friggin' sex charts? You pluralize it. You pluralize it. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I fucking love the word radii. I always have. I remember reading this word like in algebra class or whatever. Dude, I fucking love the word radii. I've always liked the word radii. I liked it was before it was cool. I've liked the word radii since before it was cool. And I'm going to make that word so cool. I've liked the word radii since before it was cool. And I'm going to make that word so cool. And I'm going to make that word cool as fuck. Dude, I love any word that uses a double I at the end. What the hell? That's so rare in English, and it just sounds so sick. Radii. I fucking love the word radii. Dude, any word in English that... Any English word that uses a double I at the end for pluralization, I'm a fan right off the bat. I love that junk. I love that junk. Dude, I love that junk. So, we're going with radii. So, I knew I was going with radii. This company is going to be called Radii. So, I was hooked. Call back. And I was hooked. Call back. Call back. Call back. So I was hooked. I knew the brand name was going to be Radii. I knew the brand name. So I knew the brand name was going to be Radii. Okay, t-shirt design sorted. Brand name sorted. What's the next step? A cool ass logo. What's the next step? What's the next step in coming up with a t-shirt company? What's the next step? I hear you asking. Coming up with a cool ass logo. Coming up with a cool ass logo. That'd be the logo. That'd be the logo. I mean, so for the logo. So for the logo. So for the word logo, the word radii. So for the logo, the word radii kind of lends itself to some obvious design choices, right? You're talking about radiuses, radii. You got to be talking about circles. Got to be talking about circles. You're talking radii, you got to be talking circles. You're talking radii, you got to be talking circles. If you're talking radii, you got to be talking... If you're talking about radii, you got to be talking... If you're making a logo about radii, you got to be looking at circles, right? You got to be looking at a circle. If you're talking radii, you got to be talking circles. I also had a couple other ideas in mind going into look. I also already had a couple ideas about how I wanted the logo to look. I knew I wanted to use that same font for the lettering as I used for the numbers, that down left font. I knew the radii I knew I wanted the word radii to have a lowercase r because I knew I wanted the word radii to have a lowercase r because the math symbol for radius is a lowercase r. It's not an uppercase r. I also knew I wanted to be like a pretty minimalist, just black on white background. I also knew I wanted to be like a pretty minimalist design. A lot of my stuff, a lot of my drawings have a lot of white negative space in them. A lot of my drawings have like I also knew I wanted to be like I also knew I wanted the logo to be a pretty like minimalist design, kind of looking I also knew I wanted my logo to be kind of a minimalist, austere kind of look to it. Just black on a white background, which is a lot of what my drawings are. Which is, a lot of my drawings are just kind of black and grayscale with often a lot of white negative space in them, so that was kind of what I was going for as the basic idea going into thinking about this logo. I knew I wanted to use the same font. I knew for the actual word radii, I wanted to use the same font as the letters, to keep it consistent as well as I love that lettering. As well as I just really like that lettering, so I thought it would look good. As well as I really like that lettering that was when I was choosing fonts, I also looked at how it would when I was choosing fonts for the numbers originally, I also checked for all of them how it looked with the word radii. And I really liked how down left looked with that word specifically, how those specific letters looked in that font. So, a design to do with circles, and maybe I also knew I wanted to do something where the word would be in some form a radius in the circle, if that made sense. The words would So with all that criteria in mind, I played around with a bunch of different versions of what a logo could look like until I landed on this. So, with all that criteria in mind, I played around with a bunch of different versions of how this logo could look until I landed on
on that. On this. On this. On that. I ended up with that. It's inspired by this offset effect of the down left font. It's inspired by this offset effect, this block offset effect of the down left font. I realized that it's basically like a doubling, it's like a doubling effect. It's like you have this front plane of the word, of the letters, an A, with this like offset block letter effect on these letters. It's almost like somebody took this letter and pluralized it. I realized that with this offset effect, it's kind of like somebody took this letter, doubled it. It's almost like somebody took these letters and doubled them. With this offset effect on these letters, it's kind of like somebody took the letter R and pluralized it. With this 3D offset, where you have the letter and then you have a copy of the letter a little bit down to the left, now you're starting to see where the name comes from for that font. I realize it's kind of like a bit of a pluralization of that letter. So I thought, how about you take the circle and you pluralize that? So I thought if you take the circle you can see we have radii. The RAD is the RAD on the inside acts as the radius for this circle. I on the outside, like I'm answering my captain, and I'm a pirate. I also like how I think by doing it like this, we have the R in the center of this circle. By having these two circles match the offset of these letters, it's kind of like a pluralization effect. Is it not? It kind of is. I think by having the RAD, of radii on the inside and the II on the outside, you know, it draws more attention to that word rad, which I was trying to do from the first start. It draws more attention to the word rad, which is what we were going for, kind of. It draws more attention to the word rad, which I like. I also kind of like how this could almost be read as rad 2, with these being in... I also kind of like how another way you could read this... I also kind of like how another way this could almost be read is rad and then 2 in Roman numerals, because it does kind of feel like... Because these shirts and this logo do kind of feel like part 2 of this rad series. So, I mean, by taking this circle, by taking one circle and offsetting it down to the left, the same amount as you get in this down left font, this whole thing kind of takes on this skewed, tilted approach. The whole thing takes on like a bit of a skewed perspective kind of look to it, which I really like. I really like how it's wire lettering. There's no shading or anything. It's just super simple and clean. It's like vectors. It looks like vectors you get in a PNG or something. So we can picture, I mean, I like to picture it as the RAD on the inside of the circle, that is the radius of this circle. Let's picture this R. The R is in the center, and then the AD is... Here we have rad acting as the radius for this circle. And because we have this offset duplication with this other circle, it turns that radius into radii. The offset block look of this font kind of looks like you took a bunch of thin... I wanted to use this 3D I knew I wanted to use the 3D offsets in the font as part of the circle design as well. So I added the same offset to this circle, and kind of the way that I was thinking about, this down left font and how they have this down and to the left offset, these block letters. And I kind of started thinking like, that's kind of like you took this letter and you doubled it. Or another way of saying that is you pluralized it. I was thinking about these. I was thinking about, this kind of 3D offset effect. So I was thinking about, kind of this 3D offset effect of these letters in this font. And I was kind of thinking it's a bit like you took the letter R, for example here, and you doubled it and you placed it down and to the left. And then I started thinking doubled. And then I started thinking doubled. Boy, that sounds a whole lot like it was pluralized. And then I started thinking, doubled? Well, that's just a synonym for pluralized. So kind of in a way, how I like to look at it as is so it's kind of like, so if you can picture this font, so if you can picture if this font was just 2D, there's no 3D offset, and there was just this circle, this would act as the radius. But by adding the offset to both the circle, and the letters, that radius becomes, well, you can probably guess what it becomes. It becomes radii. Now, the entire ethos that this brand has been built around so far is gimmicks. And I just created this logo using, Photoshopped circles and a font that I didn't create. So it didn't feel like there was a gimmick at all. Now, if there's one thing about me that we already know, it's that I like a gimmick. And I created this logo, it's just Photoshop circles Now, if there's one thing you know about me, it's that I like a gimmick. And this logo, I think it's pretty cool, but I just created it in Photoshop, threw a couple circles on there, threw on a font that I didn't even create. So where is the gimmick? I haven't done enough creative heavy lifting, I feel like, to feel proud of that logo yet. And now we get into the meat and potatoes of this video. So now we get into the cool stuff. So, I started looking at these circles. The lettering I didn't really want to mess with for two reasons. One is I wanted to, respect the original designer. This wasn't my font. I feel like messing around with it feels wrong in some way. I didn't want to change this font. I didn't really want to mess with the lettering. I don't really want to mess with the lettering. I don't really want to mess with the lettering for two reasons. First, I don't really want to mess with the lettering for two reasons. So I don't really want to mess with the lettering for two reasons. The first, as I said, it's not my font. So screwing around with the dimensions too much feels almost wrong. It feels like I'm stealing it and making it my... I don't really want to mess with the I don't want to mess with the lettering, really. So I started looking at the logo and thinking, what's the twist? What is something creative I can do with this that makes it a little different and a little bit more me? I don't really want to mess, and I don't want to mess with the letters too much. And I don't really want to mess with the lettering because, well, two reasons. First, as I said, it's not my font. I kind of like the idea of keeping a font that somebody else created pretty true to how they envisioned it. I mean, I adjusted the spacing between the letters, but the actual letters themselves, that is how Yuha wants them to look, and I agree. I think they look really cool. Number two, the second reason I don't want to mess around with the lettering is legibility is super important for any brand. Is I don't want to affect the second reason I don't want to mess with it is I don't want to affect the legibility. I don't know that much about typography and font design, but I know very small differences can make a huge impact on the readability of words, and I don't want to screw around with that. And the second is I want to keep it legible and readable, and I feel like if I start messing around with dimensions of stuff, and serifs and little things in the font design is just gonna make it a mess. And the second reason is I don't want to screw up the legibility at all. So I started looking at these circles. Now these circles were literally just thrown up in Photoshop, whatever, it's a perfect circle. Now these are perfect circles created in Photoshop, the same number of pixels high as wide. Now these circles, on the other hand, these are these circles, on the other hand, that I feel like I can mess with. That I'm definitely allowed to mess with. Now, these circles, on the other hand, so I started looking at the circles. These bad boys I can mess with for sure. These are perfect circles created in Photoshop, same number of pixels high as they are wide. And that's a little boring. These are perfect circles created in Photoshop. They are the same number of pixels high as they are wide. And that's a little boring. I don't want these computer created I don't want my logo to have perfect, boring circles. I don't want my logo to have perfect, boring circles. The down left font also, if you look closely at the down left font as well, if you look closely at the down left font, you'll see it has these cool little kind of hand-drawn imperfections built into the design. If you look closely at the down left font, you'll see it has these kind of cool hand-drawn imperfections built into it. There's different line thicknesses. There's almost no perfectly straight lines. They're all curved and a little blobby at parts. There's differences in line thickness. There's almost no perfectly straight lines. Every shape feels pretty organic. Every shape and line in this font is organic, differing thickness, a hand-drawn kind of perfectly imperfect look to it. Wabi-sabi, a little wabi-sabi, some might say. Some might say a little wabi-sabi, which I learned a little wabi-sabi, some might say. Shout out Bobby from King of the Hill. Shout out Bobby. Shout out Bobby. So I thought, what is a cool way? So I thought these circles needed that same treatment. They needed a little perfect imperfection. They needed to be more me. And I have just the idea of how to do that. I wanted the circles in my logo to look hand-drawn and have imperfections built into them. I wanted them to look like a human created it, not a computer. And I have just the... I want the circles in my logo. I want the circles in my logo to look like... I want the circles in my logo to look like a human made them, not a computer. I want them to look handmade and perfectly imperfect. I don't want perfect circles in my logo. I want them to look like a human made them. And I've got just the gimmick. And I've got just the gimmick. And I've got just the right gimmick to do that. So it's time for another gimmick. So it's time for another gimmick. So it's time for another gimmick. You know what these circles need? Another gimmick. And I've got just the gimmick. And I've got just the gimmick. And I had, and then another gimmick popped into my head, so let's go do that. And I've got just the gimmick for how to do that. And I've got a cool idea for how to do that. And I've got a cool idea for how to do that. And I've got a cool idea for how to do that. And I can only think of one way to get... And I could only think of one thing to do that felt... And I've got just the gimmick. And I've got just the gimmick for how to get those circles to look like that. You know what those circles need? It's another gimmick. What this logo needs, it's another gimmick. What this logo needs is another gimmick. And I've got just the one. What those circles need is another gimmick, and I got just the one. These circles need another gimmick. And then I had an idea. And then I had an idea. And then I had an idea. And then I had an idea.
Hey. It's kind of windy out here. Does this sound like shit? This might sound like shit. I don't know. We'll check later in the playback. Okay. It's been 2 days, give or take, since I got the tattoo. Okay, it's been 2 days since I got the tattoo. Okay, it's been 2 days since I got the tattoo. You know, I'm used to saying got the tattoo. I also gave the tattoo. It's been 2 days since I gave this tattoo. Let's have a look at how she's healing up, okay?
Now, let's have a look. See here. It's healing up pretty good. I'll say it. It is, I'd say, I think it's healing up pretty decent. It's still a little red around the edges. It's just starting to get kind of dry, like tattoos get, before they start scabbing and then, the top layer of skin falls off, which is normal. I don't think it's infected, which is awesome. I can definitely see, like, the parts. It's more obvious now what parts are a little blown out. You can see, like down here especially, where I put the needle in too deep, which was always going to happen because I don't know how deep to put the needle up there too. Yeah, there's a few little blown out spots. Our friend, the polyp or the node, he's standing strong. He has not gone anywhere in the past 2 days. So I think that guy's going to be a pretty signature, iconic little part of the logo. I gotta keep... Sorry, my camera work is very shoddy. I'm just bad at it. I don't have really an excuse. I will hopefully get better at it, but apologies if things keep getting off center. Yeah. I think it's going to be a successful tattoo. It looks like it's going to stick. Definitely some parts that are blown out. You can see some parts that I went over, multiple times and I missed a little bit. Like I missed the line, so it's pretty squiggly. But that's cool, man, This is like... Sorry, let me get this lighting a little better. She's looking not bad. This is, by the way, you can see the shadow here. Not my cock. That is a microphone. It's the microphone I just bought for this camera. It was only $100 too. 100 Canadian dollars, that is. Which is not that much money. So let me know how it sounds. I feel like right now it's going to sound like shh, because there's a little gust of wind, but other than that, let me know how the quality is. Now, the next step is just going to be getting a good scan or photo of this that I can turn into the logo. And obviously, so there's two things. Obviously, I got to get the angle right, because if you're at a different angle, it won't look like a perfect circle. And when I move my leg, depending on how straight my leg is, like if I straighten my leg like this, that shit goes pretty oval. It's a bit of an egg tattoo right now. And if I go back, it goes more circular. So I was sitting kind of like this when I put the stencil on. My leg's kind of like that. So, yeah, it looks pretty circular. Okay, I'm going to try and get a scan of this on my phone of some sort. So I'll be right back. So, the next shot will be on my phone. Okay, let's try and get this lined up. I need to get the angle kind of right too, because the D of the Radii of the RAD has to line up here. Kind of, that's how I planned it out. So let's try and get it kind of that straight up, even though I could edit it, but whatever. Let's try and get it on the first go. How circular are these bad boys looking? Oh my god, my dog is chasing lizards. And doing a pretty shit job of it, I might say. Hey, Chester? Guy's never caught one lizard. Chester, you want to show the bow tie? Show off the bow tie, buddy. Look at that. A tartan bow tie. Pretty killer. That was put on for Christmas by my mom, and then she's refused to take it off. So he's just always pretty festive. Okay, anyways, back to the task at hand. Let's get a circular photo of this in the right alignment. These are looking pretty good. These are rotated the right way. Those are pretty good, pretty circular. I don't know, I'm going to take a bunch, and then we'll pick one that looks the best. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to take a few more, and I'll check back with you after.
Okay. Okay. I've got a photo I've liked. Okay, I have a photo I like. Okay. Took a bunch of photos. Okay. Took a bunch of photos. Okay. Took a bunch of photos. I picked one I like. It looks like this. It's like the closest to a perfect circle I can find. So I'm now going to pop it in over to it's like the closest to a perfect circle I can find. There's going to be so many clips in this video where I am looking not at the camera, but at the screen in front of... Whatever. Cool logo. Cool logo. Be cooler if these circles were a little more fucked up, hey? Cool logo. Cooler if these circles were a little fucked, though. Okay, took a bunch of photos, picked one that I like. That's this one. It looks like this. It's about the closest to like a perfect circle I could find just from the photos that I've taken, and I took a lot. I'm now gonna pop that over into. I'm now gonna put that photo over. Now it's time to put that photo into Photoshop. Now it's time to put that photo into. Now I'm going to take that pic and put it in Photoshop and see how close and see how much I can see and see if I can turn it into a black line. I need to get rid of all my lag around it. Okay, now time to So now it's time to take that photo and put it into Photoshop. Throw it in the shop, as they say. And we have to get rid of my lag part of the photo. I need it to just be the black lines. Get rid of all the skin tone and try and clean it up into somehow being just black lines on a white background like we want. So, as I don't have and because I don't have a and because the only microphone I have is the shotgun mic that attaches to this camera, I'm just going to record the audio of my Photoshop journey. Yeah. And because the only microphone I have is the shotgun mic, attached to the camera recording me right now, I am gonna just record this audio and put it over a visual of me editing that on Photoshop, I guess. And here's the thing, I'm not very good at Photoshop. So if you're a person who's good at Photoshop, you're probably watching this like time lapse and thinking, oh, why is he doing it like that? Oh, now he's doing that? What the fuck was wrong with this guy? Yeah, my bad. I am just learning. I'm just learning everything, and always will be just learning. I don't think I'm going to use that take. That take was a bad take. And because the only mic I have right now is the shotgun mic that's right here, attached to the camera filming me right now, this audio is going to be played over me photoshopping this thing. And if you're good at Photoshop, you're going to not like seeing what I'm doing, because I'm not good at Photoshop. I'm pretty new to it. I've used Illustrator a bit, Photoshop, that one's got some other fancy stuff going on that I'm not super familiar with. So you're seeing my best attempt, is what you're seeing right now. And I'm recording this before I do it, so I don't know how it went. You'll know better than me because you're watching it right now. I hope it's going okay. Okay, thanks for listening. Back to live time Ethan Porter. Okay, so because this is the only camera I have, because this is the only microphone I have, this shotgun mic attached to this camera right now, I'm going to play the audio from this camera over a time lapse of me photoshopping the photo of my leg into something I can use for the logo. I need to get rid of the skin tone. I need to get rid of, you know, all my leg part around I just need 2 crisp black lines making circles. Not too crisp, because as we've seen, these lines are not that crisp, but, you know, good enough that I can use it in a logo. So, whatever you're hearing right now, you should be seeing me just doing my best at this. And if you're good at Photoshop, oh, you're not gonna like seeing what I'm doing. Okay, so because the only mic I own right now is the shotgun mic, it's right here, attached to the camera filming me, I'm just gonna put this audio over a time lapse of me trying to Photoshop this leg photo into a usable couple lines, you know, kind of crisp-ish circles that I can use in my logo. And if you're good at Photoshop, I'm sure you are not gonna like seeing the way I'm going about doing this. I am not good at Photoshop. I am pretty new to it and have not invested that much time in improving. I just kind of got to a point where I can kind of do what I want to do, and if it's something that seems too complicated, I give up on that project. But I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get better. I hope it's going well. How's it looking? You're watching it. How is that looking? Does it look like I'm doing an okay job? Yeah. Okay, back to other Ethan. Okay, so because the only microphone I own right now is the shotgun mic, okay, because the only microphone I own right now is the shotgun mic attached to this camera, I'm just going to play the audio from this clip over a montage or a time lapse of me trying to Photoshop that photo of my leg into a usable file that I can put a logo, well, make a logo out of. I'd also like to point out that I think it may be a world record that this is my first YouTube video, and I'm already dropping merch. So, you know, thank you for watching. Yeah, thank you very much. This is, okay, bye. Sorry, I'm listening to, Harry Potter on audiobook. Book 5. Tell you that Umbridge is a real piece of work. Yeah. So, that's my first YouTube video. Thanks for watching. I feel really awkward now. I don't know what to say exactly. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this. This is super new for me, a whole new skill set. But I want to do more, you know, creative stuff where I feel like I can just get excited about having an idea and then go film a video about it. I don't know what format they're going to be in usually, but, you know, it will adapt as it adapts. It'll change as it comes. Cool saying? Yeah. I'm dropping pre-orders on these shirts.
by the time this video drops, I will have started doing pre-orders for these shirts, and they'll be shipping. By the time I'm dropping this video, I will have already started pre-orders for these shirts, which will be shipped, or printed and then shipped, starting beginning of July. So, if you're interested in that at all, go to ethanporterart.com. Yeah, there'll be more information there. Thank you guys so much for, checking this video out. Especially if you made it to this part, that's fucking sweet. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for all the support. If you're coming here from like my Instagram or my TikTok, it's been pretty sick to just have this group of people, be so positive all the time and just loving art and sharing their ideas, and yeah, it's been super cool to watch. So thank you guys very much. Yeah. See you in the next one. Okay. Okay, here is a montage of me editing this photo in Photoshop, trying to get it to a point where I can use it in the logo. I gotta get rid of the... Okay, Okay, she's been shopped, and I've turned this and so after a little nifty editing in Photoshop, we have turned this after that nifty Photoshop journey, I have turned this tattoo we turned that tattoo into that piece of paper. There's a side-by-side comparison. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the two bad boys. There's a little side-by-side comparison. Let's get that aligned better. Look at those bad boys. Okay, so after that nifty, photoshopped up. All right, she's been photoshopped. All right, she has been chopped. Let's have a look at the final result. Let's pop this bad boy over here. Okay, she's been chopped. Let's have a look at the final result. Look at that circle. How do you like them circles? Boom. Those circles have character. Those circles have character. Check out those circles, eh? Now these circles have character. Those characters were definitely not made by a robot. Those circles were definitely made by a person. We have our friend the polyp. We have some beautiful blowouts that are kind of captured in there. Let's take a closer look at this bad boy. Let's take a closer look at this bad boy. Let's take a closer look. Let's take a closer look. Let's take a closer look. Okay. I think it turned out pretty good. Let's zoom in a little bit. There's some cool parts I'd like to point out. Okay, here we have them. I think overall turned out pretty damn good. I think they look pretty sick, not gonna lie. I kind of feel like they look sick. Let me point out a few of my favorite features here. We have the polyp. Let's get nice and close up on that polyp. And I noticed this is kind of how the pattern that automatically came out when I adjusted the levels enough. Tell me that shit don't look like, wait one sec. Tell me that doesn't look like a fucking dollar sign. That looks like a dollar sign to me. What else do we have to point out here? If we come in close on this, I guess this is just, oh my fucking god.
Tell me that. Also, let's get a nice close-up on this, let's get a nice close-up on this polyp. Tell me that shit doesn't look like a dollar sign. This is just the kind of pattern that emerged when I adjusted the levels enough so that it kind of popped out. That's a dollar sign, dude. That's sick. Also, tell me that polyp doesn't look like a dollar sign. That's badass. Something I'd like to point out is this polyp. Let's get nice and close in on that. That's a dollar sign, I swear, dude. That looks so much like a dollar sign. That's just the pattern that emerged when I was that's just the pattern that emerged. That's just the pattern that emerged when I was adjusting the levels and bringing the blacks up and turning the whites up. That's just the pattern that emerged, like on, I guess you can see like a lot of this it's like rippled, and that's because it's the skin. It's like the folds of my skin and how the camera captured it. So that's just what naturally happened, which is sick.
Like, looking at the actual tattoo, so I can get it to focus. Looking at the actual tattoo, I'm not seeing a dollar sign there. That's just a little thing. Don't look like a dollar sign in real life. It does not look like a dollar sign in real life. If we look closely here, it doesn't look like a dollar sign at all. That doesn't look like a dollar sign to me.
It's just a happy accident, though. That's so sick. Something else I think is really cool with this, the way I did this. Something else I think is really cool that comes with this design is you can see like my actual skin folds there. It came out pretty circular. I checked it against an actual circle in Photoshop and it was pretty bang on. Didn't have to adjust anything. I like how you can see the skin texture, especially in parts like this where it's like really blown out.
That corresponds to, like, one sec. That's like that part. That fuzzy, blurry part there.
Yeah, it's sick. The parts that you can like see the skin texture in too. That's a definite little jerk of the hand there, hey? Look at that little jerk of the hand. Okay, anyways, I'm thinking she's looking pretty good.
Okay. I think it's starting to look pretty good. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the circles. Now, let's throw the radii on there and get ourselves a finished logo. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about the circles. I'm feeling pretty good about the circles, not gonna lie. I'm feeling pretty good about the circles so far. Let's get the word radii in there, and let's make it a finished logo. I think the circles are looking kind of sick. I'm kind of stoked. I think they look pretty cool. Well, I think they look pretty cool. So, time to add the word radii back in, and let's get a finished logo. I think it's looking pretty sick. So, time to add the word radii back in. I think it's looking pretty sick. So, time to add the word radii back in. Let's get ourselves a finished logo. And let's get ourselves a finished logo. And let's get ourselves a finished logo. And let's finish this bad boy up. And let's get ourselves a finished logo. 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 Let's get ourselves a finished logo. Speaking of finish, and speaking of finish, and speaking of finish, and speaking of finish, speaking of finish, speaking of finish, and speaking of finish, and speaking of finish, we got a logo.
We got a logo. 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 Logo done. Logo done. Logo check. We got a logo. Logo's finished. I finished the logo. We got a logo. Well, we've got a logo. Logo done. I finished the logo. We got a logo. I got a logo. We got a logo. Now I'm going to show you some... Now to reveal it through a series of close-ups while I experiment with editing transitions. I'm now going to showcase that logo to you while I experiment with a series of video transitions. I'm now going to showcase that logo to you while I experiment with a series of editing transitions. I'm now going to showcase that logo to you while experimenting with a series of editing transitions. While experimenting with editing transitions, I'm now going to showcase this logo to you while I'm now going to show off this logo through a series of close-ups while experimenting with different video transitions. While experimenting with transitions. While I try out different transitions in this editing software. And we're also going to I'm now going to show off this logo through a series of cinematic close-ups while experimenting with transitions. And I'm also experimenting with transitions. Okay, that's the video. Well, 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 that's the video. It is possibly a world record that this is my first YouTube video. It's also possibly some sort of record that this is my first YouTube video and I am selling merch. It's also potentially a record that this is my first YouTube video and the whole thing is an ad for merch. Potentially setting a record too that this is my first YouTube video and the whole thing is just an ad for merch. That is just classic, isn't it? That's impressive. I impress myself sometimes. You know, I impress myself sometimes. Thank you so much for watching this far, and a huge thank you to our sponsor for today's video. And a huge thank you to today's And a huge thank you to today's sponsor. And a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Radii Streetwear. And a huge thank you to today's sponsor. And of course, a huge thank you to the sponsor for today's video, Radii Streetwear. And of course, a huge thank you to the sponsor for today's video, Radii Streetwear. Radii Streetwear. Pre-orders for my first 5 shirts are on sale now. They will be printed and shipped starting Pre-orders are on now for my first 5 shirts. Pre-orders for the first 5 shirts. Pre-orders for my first 5 shirts. Pre-orders starting now until June 30th. And as a thank you for watching this far into the video, use code IWATCHYOUTUBE for 10% off your pre-order price. And as a thank you for watching this far into the video, use code IWATCHYOUTUBE for 10% off your pre-order. And as a thank you for watching this far into the video, use code IWATCHYOUTUBE for 10% off your pre-order. Five shirt designs are on sale now. Five different shirts are available for pre-order now. 5 different shirts are available for pre-order from now until June 30th, and then they'll start being printed and shipped the start of July. To be printed and shipped in early July. Let me give you a quick look at the other designs. We already had a look at this bad boy, the cowboy. We've already had a look at this cowboy design, but let me walk you through the other ones real quick. We've already had a look at the cowboy design. We've already had a look at the cowboy design, but let me walk you through the other ones real quick. The one I'm wearing right now And as a thank you for watching this video, use code 2dudeskissing for 10% off your order. Being sold and you can find all the information about that on ethanporterart.com. You can find all the info about that on ethanporterart.com. And you can find all the info for that on ethanporterart.com. And you can find all the info for that on ethanporterart.com. Pre-orders are on from now. Pre-orders are on now until the end of June, and then they will be printed and shipped starting the beginning of July. Get 10% off your pre-order at ethanporterart.com by using code 2dudeskissing. And as a thank you for watching this video, you can use the one I'm wearing has an orangutan with a sword and a gorilla with a sword and a gun. Has an orangutan with a sword, a gorilla with a sword and a gun, and they're both thinking about a banana. I tripled them. There's 3 of that. Six great apes on one shirt. Now that's a bargain. 6 great apes, 1 t-shirt. Pretty good ratio. We have turtle, we have my art piece called Nature is Healing. The design on the back of this one. Let's have a look at the design on the back of this one. The design on the back of this one is my piece called Nature is Healing. We have a skull with a hermit crab living in it. We have human skull with hermit crab living in it. We have hermit crab living in a human skull. We have hermit crab living in a human skull.
We have Anteater. Snorting lines of ants. We have an anteater snorting lines of ants. And we have an anteater, and this bad boy is snorting a line of ants. The blanks, by the way, for these shirts are Shaka-wear garment dye heavyweight cotton, for anybody who knows about blanks. For anyone curious about the blanks used for these shirts too, it is Shaka-wear garment dye heavy cotton. It's this nice thick material that's thick. Don't know what else to say about it. It's good cotton. It's this nice thick cotton material. Feels kind of luxurious, not gonna lie. If you want to check the shirts out, if you want to check these shirts out in my website, these shirts, as well as all my prints and stuff, can be found at ethanporterart.com. The pre-order for these shirts, as well as all my prints and stuff, you can be found at ethanporterart.com. And as a thank you for watching this video, and as a big thank you for watching this video, use And as a big thank you for watching this video, you can get 10% off your pre-order. And as a big thank you for watching this video, And as a little thank you for watching this YouTube video, you can get 10% off your pre-order by using code 2dudeskissing. That's about all I got to say. That's about all I have to say. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you for supporting me over the last year. Thank you so much for supporting me over the last year. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you for all the support Thank you for all the support I've gotten over the last year. It's been pretty mind-boggling. And my mind doesn't get boggled that easy, but it's definitely been boggled by this. Y'all are just a bunch of bogglers, dude. I swear. I'm really excited about these shirts. I've been working on them for many months. I'm really excited about these shirts. I got a bunch more ideas in store for other clothing items. I've got a bunch more ideas in mind for this clothing company and for my artwork in general. I've got a bunch more creative ideas down the pipeline, so stay tuned for that. If you're interested in picking these shirts up or checking out my prints and stuff,
These shirts are also all going to be... These shirts are all locally printed in my hometown of Victoria, BC, which is up in Canada. These shirts are all printed locally with my... I'm making these shirts with a couple local print shops in my hometown, which is Victoria, BC, up in Canada. By the way, all these shirts are printed and shipped from my hometown, which is Victoria, BC, which is Canada. All these shirts are printed and shipped from my hometown, which is Victoria, Canada. All these shirts are printed and shipped. All these shirts are printed locally and which for me is my hometown of Victoria, BC, on the west coast of Canada. All these shirts are printed and shipped from my hometown, which is Victoria, BC, on the west coast of Canada, for anybody who don't know. And yeah, let me know what you think about the video, about the shirts, what you want to see more of, if I should never make a video again. It's all open game, baby. Let me know. And yeah, let me know what you think about the shirts. Let me know what you think about the video. Let me know what you think about my mustache. Only positive things, I hope. Let me know what you think about abortions. That ought to get the comments going. And of course, a huge shout out to today's sponsor. And of course, a huge shout out to the sponsor of today's video, Radii Streetwear, an up-and-coming fashion boutique that you are going to want to keep an eye on. Fashion boutique. I don't like the sound of that. An up-and-coming streetwear company that you're definitely going to want to keep your eyes on. An undeniable rising star in the fashion world. So yeah, maybe one day these... Thanks, guys. Thanks, team. Thanks for watching. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything. Thank you very much, guys. See you in the next one. Thanks, guys. See you in the next one. Thank you, guys. Thanks again.
Okay, bye.